How's it going, everybody? Not good. I'm guessing that has to do with the matchmaking. Yeah, I just woke up. You're enjoying the intermission episode in Final Fantasy? Yeah, I did not like it personally, but that's fine. Just means you're a Yuffie enthusiast. Thoughts on Doom only getting 30k peak? Either Game Pass has cannibalized the majority of Microsoft sales, or people just didn't like it. Alright, why the fuck did it not save my settings?
You shut the fuck! Don't you fucking tell me to my face to shut the fuck up!
Well, I went to sleep at 7, so I thought I was going to, I thought I was gonna wake up at, like, you know, 11 or 12 or something, but no, I just kept sleeping.
Alright, awesome. Thanks, nigga. Alright. Alright, awesome. Thanks, nigga. Alright.
There we go. Run a dog with the 10. Mute human no more. Fuck me. Alright. There we go. And Nero Redwood with the 5. Enjoy your week. Wait, enjoying your weekend also is Dark Ages way better with modifiers. Yes, it's way more enjoyable that way. It speeds up the gameplay, it makes the enemies less tanky, and you don't have to rely on the parry as much. So yeah, definitely. It is kind of funny, though, if you think about it. Like, you know, how the original Doom games, everybody considers Doom 1 and Doom 2 to be, like, the true Doom experience. And then the third game, you know, it's kind of like the black sheep of the trilogy. Well, it's like the same thing with, you know, Doom Eternal, and the Dark Ages. Where it's like the third game in the franchise kind of completely breaks the mold of the other two. I never said Doom 3 was bad, so I don't know where you're getting that from. I said it's the black sheep, as in it's like very different from the other two in the franchise. Yeah, I like the Dark Ages overall. It's just not my favorite Doom game of, like, the remakes. Nah, Marathon is like taking the shitty third game mode of, like, a Call of Duty game, making it super ugly and unfun, and then trying to sell it as an individual game. That's what it reminds me of. You know, back in my day, you know, we would get a full-fledged shooter campaign, you would get a normal multiplayer, and then you would get a third mode, which would be something like Marathon.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
But, you know, now we get one game mode as an entire fucking game because game developers are completely incompetent. I'm genuinely surprised Activision hasn't tried to sell Call of Duty Zombies as a standalone game. Can I run a marathon? Probably not, bro. What is that? How long is a marathon? Isn't it like 26 miles or something like that?
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Yeah, there's probably no way I could run a marathon. You have to train for those for like years in some cases. So, it's like a huge commitment. I mean, there's like 5Ks and stuff like that. But we're talking about a real marathon, and I can't even stand. That's right. My weak little legs can't even hold me up. I'm like DSP, bro, and my legs have withered away in atrophy from not leaving my house. I just sit in my gaming chair all day, confined to it. I've become one with my gaming chair.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
So Oski Woski with the 5, I knew you would go live, so I waited. Also, do you plan on continuing the campaign for Space Marine 2 on PC? I can pay you if you want. I mean, we can. I'm not opposed to it. And then also Oski Woski with the 5. Mute Boar, please. Alright. And Ryan Miller with the 5. This, in my opinion... Wait, this is my opinion. I think that Fox News is the best looking female host. Whereas CNN and MSNBC has liberal women and they're not as good. Yeah, there's like actually a study that they did, and they found that conservative women on average are not only happier and healthier, but also are better looking. Which I don't really think you have to look into much, because the more conservative a woman is, the higher the likelihood is that she's married and has children. So the women that get married and have children are typically the attractive ones. Neither will date you, Griff. I never said they would, so you're arguing over nothing, PK. Yeah, I was playing Rebirth again today, and I got to the salmon mission, which, you know, is the heckin' wholesome doggo mission, if you guys are familiar with it. You would breed with Kim K? Well, the way that you would do that would be very unconventional, because she froze all of her eggs. So you'd have to come in a cup, and then you'd have to go to a lab, and they would artificially fertilize her eggs. And then they would place the eggs inside of another woman, because she doesn't want to actually carry the child. So your fertilized Kim K eggs would be placed inside the stomach of some, like, random Mexican woman, probably. And then after 9 months, she'd pop out a kid that's kind of yours, but not really.
All right,
I mean,
awesome.
it's
Thanks, nigga.
genetically your child, but you didn't have sex in order to create the child, so it's like weird. I don't know. It's like an unnatural, scientific hellscape type thing. No, the way Elon does it is apparent. Some of the women he does have sex with, other ones he doesn't. So, Elon uses IVF, which is not the same thing, because the eggs are still in the woman at that point. So he just has the eggs inside of a woman, you know, fertilized with his sperm. And then they carry the child. In the case of Kim Kardashian, she had her eggs removed, frozen, and when she wants to have a kid, they unfreeze the eggs. Then they artificially, you know, fertilize the eggs outside of a body. And then they take the fertilized egg and surgically implant it into, like, some random woman who will carry the child for the next 9 months. It's, like, really freaky. So it's a very, very different process. With Elon, all he's doing is skipping the sex. With Kim Kardashian, she had her literal eggs removed and stuck in a freezer. Because that was the whole controversy behind why, you know, Kanye had that breakdown one time where he was, like, I guess crying on stage because he, like, was talking about how they almost killed their daughter or whatever, North, because Kim didn't want to carry a child herself because it would ruin her body. So she wanted to have an abortion. And, yeah, basically Kanye had to, like, talk her down from doing it. And then all of their other children they had through surrogates. No, the reason why Kanye's new album is called Cuck is because people were calling... So, the whole Cuck thing is, like, literally just him saying, yeah, I don't fucking care what you call me. I don't care what you call me. Yeah, I'm a cuck, I'm a Nazi, blah, blah, blah. I don't fucking give a shit. I can't see my kids anyway. That was, like, the whole reasoning behind that. Because there was, like, that news story or whatever that was complete... It's like the 100 fucking stories about his wife divorcing him every other week. So it's just a bunch of, like, tabloid shit. So he basically just made a song... Like, in his song says, you know, yeah, I am a cuck or whatever, you know. Then he says, so I became a Nazi, I'm the villain, because, you know. The space... All he's saying is, I'll be whatever the fuck you want me to be. I don't fucking care anymore. That was the whole point. Kim Kardashian got that Mewtwo body. Oh my god. Gross. Don't do my boy Mewtwo like that. The funny thing is, too, is Kim Kardashian's like a little fucking manlet. Or I guess the female version of a manlet. Like, everybody thinks she's, like, tall or whatever. But she's, like, I think 5'1" or something. Like, really tiny. Nero Redwood with the 5 Marathon reboot isn't even interesting. The original trilogy came out on PC in the 90s. Had a lot of interesting lore. It also predates Halo. Yeah. That's the thing. It's like nobody's even familiar with the franchise though. That was like my whole thing with Marathon. Is like, why not just reboot it? But apparently it's like a direct sequel. Like, why not just make like a remastered or re-released version of the original Marathon games to like interest people in the fucking franchise, but instead you make a direct sequel extraction shooter. How many people are actually going to fucking care about that? Not many is the answer, as we've seen. The Winter Soldier with the 2?
Gaming.
Appreciate it, man. And CIA with the 5. The Gal Gun games are so... Yeah. Well, I mean, you shoot anime girls with a love gun that makes them orgasm, so yeah. I would say so. That is peak comedy with slop gameplay. Yeah. I would say so. Yeah, apparently what's funny is the people who made Galgun made it as a parody game, and people like took it seriously or whatever, so they made a shit ton of them. I think there's like 4 or 5 now. Is GTX still good? GTX 2025. I don't know what that means. Like a GTX graphics card? You probably should have an RTX at the minimum, man. Because a lot of games have mandatory ray tracing now, so... If you're buying a graphics card, I wouldn't get anything below a 30 series at this point.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
And Renadog with the 5 remake Resistance or Killzone. The current Bungie knows how to make a shooter, and it feels good. Sony is single player. Yeah, that's the thing, is like they could have just made like a traditional FPS game. Like they could have even made a traditional marathon game. Like make a campaign, a regular multiplayer, and then have your extraction mode as like the gimmick mode that's tacked on to the traditional shooter experience. But instead, they bet it all on one game mode in a niche franchise that nobody's familiar with a shitty art style, generic looking like fucking world and characters, and it's just a disaster. But yeah, they could have taken one of the old IPs too. They could have made a Killzone game. They could have made Resistance, but nope. I don't really understand the reasoning behind the Marathon decision at all. I don't know how studio leadership thought that was going to be a certified classic. Like, it just has disaster written all over it. I don't get it personally.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga.
I
All
still
right.
believe your average gamer chud could probably do a better job at running a game studio and just, you know, picking the projects that the company works on than the average executive at this point. It's not a hard fucking, you know, job to do. It's just people lose touch. And Nero Redwood with the 5, Galgun has a bunch of games, plus a new spin-off series called Gal Guardians, which plays like Castlevania. Oh my god. The sequel just dropped. Might have to buy. Oh my... Bruh. A Castlevania Galgun game. What, do you make the vampires orgasm? You know, not to put on, you know, the... I don't know, it's just, it's very easy. It's leftists and women. Sorry, like, that's all that's wrong with the gaming industry. Get rid of the leftists and get rid of the women, and gaming will be saved. You should have to prove, like, Microsoft should have a requirement that if you want to be in any sort of studio leadership role, you have to have at least 100,000 gamer score. Like, bro, do you know how easily that would filter out shitty fucking, you know, game devs? Because most of these people don't even fucking game. They just want a job and authority and, you know, the ability to own the chuds, basically, or, you know, give the middle finger to male hobbies because they hate men because they're shriveled old cat hags that no guy wants to fucking touch after they got blown out in their 20s and early 30s.
Nice cock. Perfect.
Bro, Jews aren't even the problem. When we had Harvey Weinstein in the movie industry, we got bangers. Harvey Weinstein's the one that funded the fucking Lord of the Rings movies. So, the Jews aren't the problem in a lot of cases. When Harvey Weinstein was still in Hollywood, we actually got good movies. That's probably why they took him out. Is Lord of the Rings even relevant? I mean, it's considered to be probably one of the best movie trilogies of all time, so... And Harvey Weinstein was the literal funder of those movies, so... The sad thing is we'll never actually get movies like that again because of all the diversity bullshit that's required by Hollywood in order to win awards. You have to have a certain percentage of black people and Asians and fucking Indians and all this other shit. It's like insane, bro. Like, you can never have an all-white cast ever again. You can never have an all-white cast ever. So the immersion aspect of a fantasy movie like that will never exist again. Oh yeah, you can have an all-black cast, an all-Asian cast, that's fine, but all-white? No, no, no. But that's the complete opposite of racism, bro. That's anti-racism. Every family should consist of a black mother and father and no. Every family should consist of a black mother and her 3 kids and the white stepfather that didn't have any of them. That's the ideal modern family. And the mom is still getting dicked down by the baby daddy because she don't need no white penis. She needs some dick. Griffin predicting his future? Absolutely not, bro. I will never get with a single mom. It's never gonna happen. So... it ain't gonna happen. Blast Radius with the 20 Marathons reboot art style is the most off-putting to me. Yeah, I think it looks ugly. Everything looks like Lego block and without texture. Weird giant numbers on buildings, so damn pretentious, and it will lose money. It's like A24 made this game. Yeah, and what's funny is now they found out that basically the art director like just came in and took like somebody else's entire like portfolio, just copy pasted the entire fucking thing. And that's the entire art style for the game. So not only did Bungie not even make the fucking shitty art style, but they deliberately sought out an ugly art style to fucking steal. Like, that's what's crazy, bro. It's like not even a good art style that they used, and they fucking stole it. It's like, are you fucking kidding? That's just insane, bro. And if you're gonna steal someone's art, at least pick a good artist. Like, shit. It's visually repulsive, so I agree. And Chronicle with the 2 Marathon looks like it was made in the Halo 5 Forge. Yeah, that's not too far off. They should have just kept the original art style. Yep. They should have just not. Honestly, they shouldn't have just. They should have just not made the game. But too late now. New Halo's gonna be like gray and brown landscape with fog. Yeah, wowie zowie, man. The volumetric fog. How exciting. Alright, well, I guess this game's dead. Oh, nope. There it goes. Doom took all the spotlight from Halo now. I don't know, bro. Like, I don't know how well this Doom game is selling. It seems like it's dramatically underperforming Doom 2016 and Eternal, but we'll see. We'll see what the weekend numbers look like. I didn't check Steam charts if it got a new peak today or not. But the previous two Doom games didn't sell crazy. Like, I think, what, Doom 2016 sold like 6 million copies total or something? Like, not really anything wild by modern standards. Especially for a game that was routinely on sale for like $4. And is like considered to be one of the best first-person shooters of all time. So... AC Shadows is the superior. Oh yeah, definitely Umkey. Absolutely. You're so right, bro. You're so right. I thought it reached 3 million players. And at Ubisoft, in their earnings report, they were asked directly what were the sales of Assassin's Creed Shadows, and they said, we don't give out specific sales numbers. And so, yes, awesome. You do.
Thanks, nigga. All right.
Literally every other Ubisoft game has specific sales numbers, other than We Was Samurai. Like, someone, like, point blank asked them on the call, what was the sales? And they said, we don't give specific sales. So, it's like the Microsoft effect. When companies don't want to give out sales numbers, it means that they don't have good numbers to report. Because Microsoft used to give out sales numbers all the fucking time. Where it was like the 360 generation, like constantly, bro. You could find sales numbers for all their games, player counts, console sales, everything. How many controllers they were selling. Microsoft was like the numbers company.
Either subscribe, donate,
and then in the Xbox One generation, when they started getting their teeth kicked in, they're like, we don't release numbers. We don't talk about specifics. Herder, and then it's like, yeah. That's what happens. They don't want to admit that they tanked that game before it ever even got a chance to come out. They could have made a fucking Japanese Assassin's Creed with a Japanese main character, and they had to fucking wokeify it. So... they self-sabotaged like a motherfucker on that game.
You shut the fuck. Don't you fucking tell me to my face to shut the fuck up.
If you think black men can't be samurais, you're racist. Yeah, and then it's like, you're the greatest samurai to ever wield a sword because you started 6 months ago and that natural black athleticism and the third leg muscle or whatever the fuck allows you to be the greatest of all time. Is she, man? I don't know, bro. It was so retarded. So retarded. There we go.
Game over.
Let's see. So, Chronicle with the 2 Marathon looks like it was made in Halo 5 Forge. Not too far off, honestly, with like the super generic nature of the assets. Pretty much. Although I think Halo 5 has a more distinct art style, but... In Nero Redwood with the 5, I've played several weeb slop titles, one called Samurai Maiden by the One Chambara devs. You kiss one of 3 anime girls to gain an attack buff.
You shut the fuck. Don't you fucking tell me to my face to shut the fuck up.
Oh my god. The Winter Soldier with the Tier 1 membership. Appreciate it, bro. Ryan Miller with the 10. I just ordered the PC version of Stellar Blade, and there are 25 new outfits, and I can't wait to play it, and people are already complaining due to de novo, just like the censorship fiasco. It's never enough. Yeah. PC gamers, when they're confronted with the fact that they steal shit. Meanwhile, 3 tweets ago, after they complained about Stellar Blade, they're like, oh yeah, I pirated the... It's just, I don't know, bro. I feel no sympathy for the de novo shit. I feel no sympathy for the de novo shit because the same people that blatantly brag about their ability to steal shit are... It's like, bro, it's like the people complaining about certain hair care products being the only ones locked up at Walmart. It's like, well, you know, it's a self-fulfilling prophecy. And Run a Dog with the 10 here, being second behind Valhalla out of how many Creed games? Shadows carried them. It outperformed Odyssey as well. Let me see. Yeah, but this doesn't matter. It's about long-term sales. So Assassin's Creed Shadows delivered the second highest day 1 sales revenue. Yeah, because they were selling the $140 edition or whatever. And it was $70 instead of $60. So that's not really a crazy accomplishment. We don't know by how much either. It also set a day 1 Ubisoft performance record on PSN. The company expects it to contribute strongly to its FY 2025 and 2026. Yeah, but that doesn't say anything about how well it sold. It can have good day 1 sales and then completely fall off a cliff. Like Halo Infinite had a good day 1 player count and it died quickly. So, it's all about the legs. The fact is, in the same period of time it took Assassin's Creed Shadows to get 3 million players, the original Assassin's Creed had sold 2.5 million copies. So... It's not really a slam dunk stat, like a lot of people think.
You shut the fuck! Don't you fucking tell me to my face to shut the fuck up!
Yeah, but it doesn't matter if it gets cracked anyway, because let's say 10,000 people who would pirate it can't pirate it. That's still more money than probably the de novo license cost. So... I don't really think the region lock thing's a big deal, because, you know, I don't live in Afghanistan, but, you know, I guess. Doesn't de novo hinder performance by a significant... Yeah, on old computers. If you have, like, a really, really old computer, typically, but generally speaking, I don't really think it makes that big a difference. Maybe, like, 3 or 4 frames or something. It's, like, it's not even, like, a big deal. People way overhype it. Just like everything else, bro. Like Nintendo's out here stealing your firstborn daughter and, you know, raping her to death because they want $450 for a Switch. So, everything's over-dramatized in the gaming industry nowadays. Run a dog with the 10. There's so much evidence that it's doing very well with simple search. It's even doing better on PSN only versus Valhalla. That's self-explanatory. Shadows isn't last gen. But yeah, why is Ubisoft saying we don't talk about specific sales numbers? Why did they lose money that quarter that it came out? Like, obviously it didn't do as well as they thought. Because if the game was actually out here breaking sales records, don't you think they'd be shouting it from the rooftops? Like, yeah, Assassin's Creed Valhalla sold 10 million and now Shadows sold 8 million or whatever. It's like, they're not saying anything. They have something to hide, not celebrate. I mean, this is the exact thing that Microsoft did when they stopped talking about sales numbers. It's because their shit wasn't selling. So, it's not really a huge logical leap to go to that the game didn't do very well. Didn't they lay off all the people at the studio that made Shadows, too? I'm just remembering that also. Didn't they have, like, mass layoffs at the portion of the company that made Assassin's Creed Shadows.
You shut the fuck! Don't you fucking tell me to my face to shut the fuck up!
Yeah, Ubisoft closed down one of its main studios involved in Assassin's Creed Shadows, resulting in the loss of approximately 100 jobs. Yeah. It was the Far Cry 5 studio, apparently. And they had worked on Shadows as well. But that was right after it came out. I think it is interesting, though. The Chinese didn't want to buy
awesome.
Ubisoft.
Thanks, nigga. All right.
They just want the IPs, which is also pretty telling. Yeah, I really do wonder how long Ubisoft is going to last. Because they just lost, like, I think $200 or $300 million this last quarter. And they launched their biggest IP, which means next quarter is going to be even worse. Because they don't have any big games coming out. Well, no, it's not like Embracer with Square. They bought the studios from Square. Square wanted to get rid of their Western game studios, and Embracer Group bought the entire studios, not just the IPs. So, that's not the same thing. No, Square sold Tomb Raider. They sold Tomb Raider
awesome.
and
Thanks,
Crystal
nigga.
Dynamics to Embracer Group. Rent-A-Dog with the 10. Creed Valhalla has been out for years. Shadow has been doing better than every game in the same time. Ubisoft has been flopping for 2 years, including Outlaw. Shadow's success can't change it. Yeah, but if it's such a success, alright? Because I know you've used this logic for Microsoft before. If the sales numbers are that good, why not release them? Like, let's just keep it $1.50 here. If this was actually a situation that Ubisoft was out here killing it, our game's selling like crazy, you know, this is breaking records for us, they would be screaming it from the rooftops in order to drum up investor confidence. But instead, immediately after they announce their financial results, the stock plummets yet again to a new all-time low. So I don't buy the story that it was a massive success, because they need to do anything and everything they can right now to build up confidence in their company, and they're not doing it. Like, this would be like if Sony came out after, you know, announcing the sales for God of War, Last of Us, Uncharted, Spider-Man, or whatever, and then Intergalactic comes out, and they're like, we're not releasing sales numbers for this game. We don't release sales numbers. It's like, well, we know that you do. We absolutely know that Sony releases sales numbers. But why are they not releasing sales numbers for this particular game? Because it probably didn't sell very well. And they don't want to, like, point that out. So, that's the thing. When you break a long-standing trend, there's something amok. And Ubisoft has historically always given sales numbers. Even for the new Prince of Persia game.
Don't you fucking tell me to my face to shut the fuck up.
Even for that side-scroller Prince of Persia game, they announced that it sold 750,000 copies. So, I just don't buy the thing that it's doing extremely well, but we're not going to reveal sales, but we'll reveal sales numbers of games that didn't do well. Ascendant with the 5. I saw a stream where the art devs of Marathon addressing the situation, and boy, was it awkward for the one guy. It looked so hot. Well, yeah, he probably, you know, got the short end of the stick and had to go fucking out there and face the Redditors, man. And Nero Redwood with the 5. I never understood the complaint about game prices. SNES and N64 games were between 50 to 80 in the 90s. In 2025, they should be about 120 to 150. Nah, dude, inflation doesn't exist. Stop. Stop. But yeah, gaming is more affordable than it's ever been, and people don't want to, you know, face that reality. But it's fine. You know. The internet loves to complain about anything and everything. Ancient Persia didn't have well, they did, just not in the citizen capacity. Renadog with the 10. The link is here. Xbox keeps game sales since Xbox doesn't matter. And operating cost. No. Xbox used to release game sales all the time. They stopped doing it during the Xbox One generation because they were getting their teeth kicked in. No, they stopped doing it because they weren't selling anything anymore. So it was only when they started doing poorly they stopped giving out sales numbers. Like, the prime example I can point to, like, that really demonstrates this is Call of Duty Black Ops 6 had the highest revenue at launch of a Call of Duty game, right? But the thing is, if you look at the actual player count for Call of Duty overall, it's been ticking downwards year over year. So yeah, in theory, Call of Duty Black Ops 6 had the biggest launch, quote unquote, of the entire franchise, but the player count is dramatically declining year over year. So yeah, when you sell, you know, $100+ editions of your games, you have a shit ton of microtransactions and cosmetics and all that type of stuff, collector's editions, you can make a ton of money selling to less people. But the overall state of the franchise is in decline popularity-wise. And that might be what happened with Assassin's Creed. Like, the people who bought it bought the more expensive versions, but less people bought it. And once the initial sales were out of the way, you know, the general consumer base didn't want to go out and spend money on it after, like, the diehards went out. Because there's a few million people that will buy Assassin's Creed no matter what Assassin's Creed it is. They just like those games. And no matter what, they'll be there day one to play it. Same with COD. But what matters is you get the normie audience to adopt it as well. And that's where I think Ubisoft is going to fall short. Because, you know, who's even talking about Assassin's Creed Shadows anymore? Like with Odyssey, people talked about that game forever. Like Odyssey was extremely popular for a very long time, and Valhalla did as well as it did because it came out during COVID and people wanted a big game to spend a bunch of time on. So let's see. I'll pull up the link in a second. And then Ryan Miller with the 5. One of the reasons for the downfall of Ubisoft was the push for identity politics, attacking the customers and lying to the investors. Yeah, I mean it's just pure mismanagement. Pure mismanagement. That and they struck, you know, they got lightning in a bottle, basically, with Far Cry 3 and the Ezio trilogy. Like, that truly is what launched Ubisoft into, like, the state that it's in. Far Cry 3, and then the Ezio trilogy, and then also Rainbow Six Siege. That's, like, the 3, I think, points of the gaming industry that you can, like, look to that Ubisoft's rise really took off from. And it's just kind of been managed decline ever since. Like, they've never really been able to capture that, like, streak of just straight up, you know, banger titles that people love. Because, bro, people used to look forward to Ubisoft games, like, every year. Like, I used to look forward to the new Assassin's Creed every year. I used to look forward to the new Far Cry's, or, you know... I even bought, like, the Splinter Cell game. They don't even make Tom Clancy games anymore that are popular. Like, it's just, the whole quantity of games has gone down. The quality of games has gone down. It's just managed decline. Yeah, Far Cry 5 was a lot more popular than 6. Yeah, I think people are just getting sick of the Ubisoft formula. Like, it is the same copy-paste shit every single time. Like, more so than anyone. They just changed the setting. That's it. It's the exact same game every single time. Just with slightly different looking trees and, like, ruins in the background.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
2023 Perfect Dark with a 5. It'll be funny. If people found out that Marathon
awesome.
art
Thanks,
director
nigga.
talks about how AI art is theft and bad and artists deserve... Oh my god, yeah. Although I think an AI probably could have done a better job than the thing is, bro, like, if you're gonna steal art, why would you steal ugly art? Like, the Marathon art style is fucking retarded looking. Like, it just looks stupid. There's nothing appealing about it at all. Like, it just looks like ass. And they're like, yeah, I'm gonna steal that shit.
All right, awesome. Thanks,
It's like
nigga.
retarded. Like, at least steal some good art. If you're gonna steal art. If Bungie was smart, man, they would have taken the art style they had from the Cabal in Destiny, where it's like that mix of Roman ruins and sci-fi. Like the classical architecture, but in like a grand science fiction type setting. They would have taken that and really run with it, and they would have had a really cool like aesthetic for their game. But nope. Let's take Globo Homo sci-fi slop art style with random logos and words everywhere. Bing bing wahoo, this is amazing. let's see.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Yeah, I don't know, bro. This literally sounds like Microsoft. So it says Assassin's Creed Shadows launched on March 20th, delivering the second highest day one sales revenue in franchise history. Not volume, revenue. So again, it's not selling as many copies, it's just money in, which means people could have bought more $100 editions. And setting a new record for day one performance on PlayStation Digital Store. That is like a super specific metric that's not even relevant to anything because, okay, like what is the physical versus digital split of all your other games so that we can compare it? Like, that doesn't mean anything. Player sentiment has been overwhelmingly positive. That is a outright lie. With an average score of 91 out of 100 across first-party stores. So, the Ubisoft launcher. Reflecting the game's excellent quality. Well, that also is a lie. To date, consumer spending has clearly outperformed Assassin's Creed. Again, that's not like actual sales numbers. It's just we've made more revenue off of the game in the like whatever launch period, with the player count also outperforming. Okay, well you gave it away in your Ubisoft Plus, so Odyssey did not launch in that Ubisoft subscription service. And then this is Microsoft right here. Players have logged 160 million hours in Assassin's Creed Shadow. Like, that is literally a Microsoft number. Why not say how many players you have? Why not say how many people bought the game? Why not say, you know, how many people actually finished the game? Like, this is all just like classic corporate manipulation of stats. They pick out the little shining gems, but the overall picture is a sinking ship. This is exactly what companies do to frame bad news in a good light. You can only buy Shadows on No. When I say that... Where is it? Where was it? Player sentiment has been overwhelmingly positive with an average score of 91 across first-party stores. Well, what is a first-party store? That's Ubisoft Plus or whatever. Whatever their store, Uplay. So that's what I'm talking about. They're using their own platform's review scores as proof that everybody loves the game. I'm not saying that people didn't buy it on PSN. I'm just saying all of those statistics are easily manipulated. None of those actually give you a concrete comparison or any sort of real sales metrics. It's just classic financial, you know, stat manipulation. It's like, we increased revenue to a record pace.
Awesome. Thanks, nigga. All
okay,
right.
well, what about profitability? Oh, we lost money. It's like, nobody cares. Congrats, you made more money, but lost even more. Like, your top line revenue is higher, but your actual net income off of it is dramatically lower, which... Didn't they have, like, a 20% loss or something? Year over year? I mean, this is like Microsoft putting out the stat. 1 billion bullets were fired in Halo Infinite this weekend. It's like, yeah, okay, well, what does that tell us? Nothing. It just reads like Microsoft's financial reports for their gaming division. They fill it with a bunch of flub that means absolutely nothing. Doesn't give you anything concrete to go off of. And it's just, you know, numbers. Like, a statistic in an ocean of, you know, other statistics means absolutely nothing. You need the overlying, like, stats behind those statistics and numbers that drive it. It's like, okay, well, how many $100 editions of Assassin's Creed Shadows were sold versus Assassin's Creed Odyssey or Valhalla? You know, how many sales copies were actually sold? Because if more people bought, like, let's say the $60 version of Valhalla back in 2020, you know, you could still... Like, this is the thing that's very interesting, is when you raise the price of your games by $70, right? What is the increase on that? It's like 15%, I believe. So you already have a 15% increase in revenue automatically. So that means that Assassin's Creed Shadows could sell 15% less than pretty much any other Ubisoft game that came out before it in these franchises and still be the highest revenue game. Do you get what I'm saying? It's like it has to sell less copies in order to achieve the same amount of money in the same amount of time, because they built in a 15% price increase into the base price. So automatically, they don't have to sell as many copies, which is why revenue is not a good statistic to base it off of. If they were both $60 games, then yes, you could probably do that. But even then, it doesn't take into account the sales distribution of $100, $140 editions, or the $60 version. So even then, it's still like a muddled stat. So unless we have the actual hard numbers that these statistics are based off of, it means absolutely nothing. Literally nothing. We also don't know what the marketing budget was. We don't know what the development budget was. I mean, I can go out on a limb and say Assassin's Creed Shadows was probably way more expensive to make than either Valhalla or Odyssey. So... if investors were happy with the sales of Assassin's Creed, the stock would not be in the situation it's in. No, they said in their report that it's not beating Valhalla. That it's second to Valhalla. It's not beating Valhalla. But Valhalla came out during, whatever COVID, so... it's not really the best comparison. It's in the link? No, it says, Shadows launched on March 20th, delivering the second highest day one sales revenue in franchise history, second only to Assassin's Creed Valhalla. Setting a new record for Ubisoft day one performance on PlayStation Digital Store. Like, that is a super specific stat that means absolutely nothing. But yeah, it doesn't say anywhere that it's outperforming Assassin's Creed Valhalla. It says second to it. Let's see. Alright, let me close out of that. So 2023 Perfect Dark with the 5. I read that. Run a Dog with the 5. The link says it. You're right when it comes to Assassin's Creed Mirage. It's staggered around 5 million. Ubisoft as a company is in trouble. Shadows. Bro, I don't think they're doing good. I would be shocked if they even come out and announce that that game sold 10 million copies 3 years later. But we'll see. We will see. I mean, Ubisoft may not even be around in 3 years, so. Nero Redwood with the 5. I wouldn't say Odyssey is a bad game. I would. But it isn't a great game. I mostly liked it because it was set... Yeah, the setting was good, but the game itself sucked. The story was trash. The whole cult mechanic that they keep trying to put into Assassin's Creed is genuinely terrible. Like, it absolutely is nothing meaningful. Like, every single Templar in, like, Assassin's Creed 2 and Brotherhood and Revelations were, like, actually important historical figures or people that had, like, genuine impact to the story, you know, and these cult members are just a fucking joke. Like, they don't do anything. They have no significance whatsoever. It's just literally yet another checklist activity. Yeah, bro, Assassin's Creed Origins can kick fucking right. Yeah, that Caesar scene was infuriating. Well, Korea doesn't really have a lot of industry, man. You gotta remember that. Like, Korea's basically just... I mean, they're like almost a third world country with a first world coat of paint. Like, the number of massive Korean companies is not that much. Like, you know, Samsung, LG, and then the Hyundai family basically owns everything. Like, you go to the Samsung Bank, the Hyundai Insurance Company, the LG fucking pharmacy. Like, it's really weird. It's like literally, you know, Blade Runner and shit, where, you know, all the big companies own everything. But yeah, I think that Nikkei game they make is pretty popular. I don't know like how much money it makes or whatever, but I would imagine it's a pretty significant amount. People like their Coomer shit. What's one goal I have right now? To make it to tomorrow. I don't know. My only real goal at the moment is just to accumulate as much wealth as possible. For what reason, Jew? Mine reasons. I don't know. Why does anybody want money?
Nice cock. Perfect.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
You want money so you can buy better copes? You gonna go buy like a nice, tight, young, 19-year-old Filipino chick, dude? Hell yeah. Passport bro status to the man. No. I don't know, but yeah, I mean, money is a cope. It's the ultimate cope because it lets you be happy. Griffin wants to make a lot of money so he can retire early and start yelling the N-word whenever he wants. Well, dude, the thing is like, money gives you freedom. So, the idea is to make as much money as you can, because then once you have the fuck you money, it doesn't really matter. You can't really have anything happen to you, other than getting shot, but, you know. Let's see. Run a Dog with the 5. Shadows is the first game I played since Odyssey. I definitely got the fatigue then. And then, what is your link? Let's see. So, Assassin's Creed Shadow performance updates. Sold 3 million copies in the first week. Well, the first Assassin's Creed sold 2.5 million copies, so that's not really that great. Best-selling game in the US, March 25th. Okay. Second best-selling game this year so far. But the best-selling game this year so far is massively outperforming this. So, not really a huge metric when not really anything big has come out. Shadow's success led the Deutsche Bank to increase its Q4 unit sales forecast to 5 from 4.5 million. Okay, I don't know what that has to do with anything. Expected sales of 230 million, an increase from 205 million previous. Again, that's not really anything significant. I don't know. What am I supposed to do with that number? Deutsche Bank estimates 325 million shortfall to meet Ubisoft implied sales guidance. Again, I don't really care about Deutsche Bank. Gap will be completely bridged by licensing and partnership revenues. Okay. Partnerships. Okay, yeah, this is like nothing. So they're gonna make more shitty movies and TV shows. Alright. Ubisoft to achieve net bookings. Okay. Adjusted earnings before interest and taxes of 40 million. That's terrible. That's actually fucking terrible. Like, think about this for a second, guys. You have a multi-billion-dollar company. A company that brings in billions of dollars a year, and they're walking away. Best case scenario. Their earnings before interest, which interest can be hundreds of millions of dollars. Their earnings before interest and taxes is only 40 million. That's like making $100 and keeping 4. Just keep that in mind for a second. You make $100 and you get to keep $4 of it after you pay all your expenses. That's terrible. I don't know why that's a green check, because their interest payment's going to completely fucking wipe out whatever little penny pension amount that is. They're going to be in the red. Deutsche Bank projects to feature an 8% growth in net bookings. I don't think so. What does Ubisoft have come out? Like, again, I don't really care about Deutsche Bank. Like, who are they, like, to know exactly what's going on with Ubisoft? Like, I don't think banks understand gaming at all, personally, but... Again, it's like just a bunch of... It's just numbers that don't mean anything. Just say how many copies it sold. Saying it sold well the first week of release is not anything to write home about. It's like, okay, yeah, the loyals to the franchise showed up and bought it. Did anyone expect any differently? I don't think so. At least I didn't. How would I say... I don't think you can save Ubisoft. They're done. Bro, they are so bloated. They are so over-bloated, man. They have 51,000 employees, I'm pretty sure. Like, they do not need... And then they, like, outsource 100,000 Indians. So they have all these employees that don't work, and then they pay outsourcing studios to do all the work. You can't save them. Because they have European employment laws which prevent you from firing people. The only way to save Ubisoft is to close it down and, you know, put the IPs in a different company. And let's see, opinionated junkie with the 2, you should date Lily Gladys. I don't know who the fuck that is. It's probably some trans. Who is Lily Gladys? Renadog with the 20, we will see. Again, I read that long-ass report. It's still doing better in the same frame than... Yeah, I'm not denying that it's doing better revenue-wise. Yeah, if you want to frame it in that light, yes, it probably is doing better revenue-wise than all their other games. But that does not paint a picture of the actual success of the game. It doesn't take into account the cost of development. It doesn't take into account the long-term sales of the game. It doesn't take into the account of, you know, general interactivity with... I don't know. It's just... When you read an investor report, it's literally written by people who are paid hundreds of thousands of dollars to manipulate you. The entire purpose of those investor reports is to manipulate people into spending their money on the company stock. That's it. It is literally framed in the best possible way in order to get people to put their money into a company. Like, it's not there to be open and honest and give you a full, fair view of the company. It's there to extract money from you. That is its primary function. Like, this would be like Microsoft saying that the, you know, Xbox monthly active users are higher than ever, and they're using Candy Crush numbers. It's like, okay, but yeah, how's your console numbers looking? And like, it's just that. It's manipulation. You can't take this stuff at face value unless they give you raw sales data. The other thing you have to keep in, like, take into account too is, like, didn't they give away Assassin's Creed Shadows with, like, PC hardware as well? So that could also be rounded up in the revenue too for the sales of the game. So there's a lot of manipulation that can take place. Really? That didn't hit him? Aw, man. Well, I just assist fed him, but whatever. Nero Redwood with the 5. Trump being treated like a Roman emperor in UAE was based. I hope we can stay in good relations with them. It would be nice to have allies over there. Yeah, the Arabs like Trump, so they definitely like him. But yeah, I agree. 100%. And Run a Dog with the 2, Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 sold 3 million in a couple months. Yeah, but that's not the same. All right. Are we really going to act like Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 is on the same level as Assassin's Creed? A game that has like 20 entries and is like, you know, historically one of the best selling games every single year it comes out. Like, that's a little bit of a difference in, I would say, franchise popularity. But also, Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 outsold the first game dramatically in its launch window. Like, by a lot, in sales numbers and revenue. So they gave raw numbers of the sales. Assassin's Creed is not. There we go. Change. Swap weapon. There we go. Have I watched King of the Hill? No, I have not. I don't really watch any of those adult cartoon shows or whatever the hell. The only one I watched semi-regularly was South Park, but I haven't watched that in like years at this point. So I don't really watch that type of stuff. I'm not really big on animation in general.
I know math is hard when you're an idiot, but like if you're a broke boy, just say so.
Let's see, run a dog with a 50. Jeez, bro. There's around 30 Creed games. Second best isn't a flop. That's my point. We'll see. Let me see. Assassin's Creed Shadows is clearly... Okay, I'll pull this up after this match. I'll read through it. I'll read through it after this match. I can't back out because it'll ban me from the game, but yeah. Yeah, and I'm not even saying like it's going to be a flop. What I'm saying is the game is not going to sell anywhere near as much as they wanted it to. Just to make that very clear, I don't think any Assassin's Creed game is going to flop in the traditional sense. It's too big of a franchise. But what I do think will happen is this game will dramatically underperform compared to where they wanted it to be and where it should be. So, that's always been my stance on it. So in the sense of Assassin's Creed Shadows in Japan, it's a flop. But in the traditional sense of a flop, it's not. If that makes sense. A Japanese Assassin's Creed game should be the biggest game in the franchise and be one of the biggest games in the entire industry. If they did it correctly. For what it is, it's a flop. Like, it should have done Monster Hunter numbers if it wasn't, you know, bogged down.
Either subscribe,
we'll
donate,
put it that
or get
way.
the fuck out.
You know, it should have been Assassin's Creed announcing 10 million sales in the first week if they had done it properly. Because Monster Hunter and Assassin's Creed are actually somewhat, you know, similar-sized franchises. Assassin's Creed is probably bigger. I think Assassin's Creed is a bigger franchise than Monster Hunter, but by, you know, even 10 million copies means it only makes, no, it's not even 600 million because you have to take away the 30% cut. So, let's say you sell 10 million copies of your game at 70 bucks a piece, then you only walk away with 500 million of that because you have to pay 30%. Then also, you have to pay whatever the digital distribution taxes in all the different countries across the world and all that other shit. You have to pay payment processing fees and all that type of shit. And then retail copies take an even bigger cut, so you got to average that in too. So maybe if you sell 10 million copies, you're walking away with 450 million. Best case scenario, let's say. And we know for a fact, Assassin's Creed Shadows was not a cheap game to make. That game was probably 200 to 300 million to make, probably another 100 to 200 million to market. And yeah, so basically they'd have to sell 10 million copies to break even. At the $70 price point, which the game has already been on discount multiple times since release. So, that's not happening. They're going to have to sell a lot. Plus, the Rainbow Six money's running dry, too, for Ubisoft, so they're in a precarious situation, because Rainbow Six Siege is what propped them up for so long through all of their various financial flops. And, you know, that game is now fading in popularity. Yeah, if Spider-Man had to sell 7 million to break even, then, you know, Ubisoft has to sell probably even more than that, because, you know, Insomniac is a fairly small development studio in relation to Ubisoft's, like, massive, you know, Assassin's Creed apparatus that, you know,
Shut the fuck! Don't you fucking tell me
spans
to my face to shut the
50,000
fuck up.
people almost. So God only knows how much money they spent developing that game. Then all the outsourcing, too. Yeah, I don't know how you can have 50,000 employees and still have to outsource game development. That shit to me is crazy. That shit is absolutely crazy to me. No, well, employee-wise, yes, it is bigger than Square Enix, but value-wise, no. Square Enix is worth like 4 times as much as Ubisoft, I think, now. I don't know what Ubisoft's market cap is at, but it was under 2 billion, I remember when we checked at one point. They're not doing very well at all. And they're losing money, so that's basically a pretty good indicator that your company's going to shit. I wonder who owns Walmart. The Walmart, or what is the I don't know the family name. There's like a family that owns it. The majority of it, at least. Yeah, the Walton family. That's it. They have a huge ownership stake in it. It's basically the entire economy of Arkansas. Let's see. So Assassin's Creed Shadows has clearly outperformed Assassin's Creed Odyssey in sales and player count. But where? Like, in what window? That's the thing. This is all, again... Alright, assessing the Assassin's Creed Shadows launch in its latest financial report, Ubisoft says the latest installment has stealth stabby... Wait, in the stealth stabby franchise, millennial writing, has clearly outperformed Assassin's Creed Odyssey by 2 key metrics. Shadows beat the Steam launch for Valhalla within a day. Okay, like... This is so stupid! Valhalla didn't launch on Steam, right? Or am I crazy? Did Valhalla launch on Steam? This is just an outright... This is what I'm saying. This is a lie, bro. This is an absolute fucking lie. It did not launch on Steam. Do not listen to a word these fucking companies say, bro. It's all manipulation. That is a fake stat. A fake fucking stat. It's like that dipshit, you know, stick missing from the bundle trying to compare Final Fantasy Remake sales to fucking Indiana Jones on Steam. There we go. So already, manipulation caught. Ubisoft says the latest installment... Oh, wait, no, I read that. But ultimately trailed behind the Viking rendition of Assassin's Creed overall. Ubisoft called Valhalla's launch a perfect storm we may never see again. And its new report affirms that Shadows generated the second highest day one sales revenue in franchise history, second only to Assassin's Creed Valhalla. Okay. That's the exact same stat that we had previously. That means absolutely nothing. Because Assassin's Creed Valhalla was $60. Assassin's Creed Odyssey was $60. Assassin's Creed Origins was $60. Every other Assassin's Creed game, $60. I don't think it was until Assassin's Creed Origins that they started selling those $100 editions. And by the time we got to Shadows, it was $140. So already that disqualifies a lot of the games in the franchise because they didn't have those massive overpriced, like, you know, deluxe editions and shit. But what this is not taking into account for is the fact that every other entry in the franchise launched at 15% less in price, which means Assassin's Creed Shadows, when it comes to sales numbers, has to sell 85% of what its predecessors did in order to meet that number. So this is going to be a very, very round number. This is not what I'm talking about. But it doesn't matter. So let's say Assassin's Creed Valhalla sold 10 million copies, okay? Assassin's Creed Shadows, because of its higher price point, would only need to sell 8.5 million copies in order to have the same amount of revenue. Revenue does not mean anything when you're measuring sales when things are priced differently. So that's the difference here, is all the other Assassin's Creed games had to sell way more copies in order to be a success to the same degree of, you know, the newer Assassin's Creed games because they're automatically priced higher. So this is like comparing old movie like tickets sales, like comparing The Dark Knight making $1 billion to a Marvel movie today making $1 billion. Well, movie ticket prices are way higher than they were back in 2008. So it's not really a fair comparison. So it goes back to that. If you really want to look at things, you have to look at raw sales data. Like, the only thing that matters is how many copies did it sell in the standard, deluxe, double deluxe, and ultimate edition, and then break it down from that point. Otherwise, this is like a meaningless stat. It means absolutely nothing without the raw data to actually back it up. To date, consumer spending for Shadows exceeds Odyssey. Again, consumer spending. Okay, well, Odyssey had a $100 Ultimate Edition. Assassin's Creed Shadows had a $140 Ultimate Edition. Assassin's Creed Odyssey was $60. Assassin's Creed Shadows is $70. So, again, another meaningless stat. Long held up as the epitome of what a modern Assassin's Creed game has become, though some fans swear by Origins, with the player count also outperform. Again, player count. The $15 a month Ubisoft subscription is not even remotely the same as a sale. This is Xbox strategy. We had 4 million players in Indiana Jones. Okay, that means nothing. Literally nothing, but congratulations. Let's see. So players have logged 160 million hours, again, one of the Xbox stats, underscoring its engaging gameplay and enduring appeal of the franchise, which nobody's denying that there is like a hardcore fan base of Ubisoft simps that love Assassin's Creed no matter what it is. I mean, shit, bro. Dude, I'm a contributing factor to these stats. I have like, I think 80 hours in the game. So, yeah, there you go. If 2 million people played it for 80 hours, it sold 2 million copies based off that stat. There you go. That's how easy it is to manipulate. Later in the report, Ubisoft reflects on its decision to delay Assassin's Creed Shadows despite fiscal hopes riding on it. The decision has already been beneficial to the quality of Assassin's Creed Shadows. Okay, I don't really care about that. Though all this business lingo, it's important to remember that Shadows is a good game, too. Praised more confidence, texture, and purpose than we've seen from Ubisoft in years, and the game's Steam reviews are holding a very positive 80%. Funnily enough, Assassin's Creed Odyssey is beating Shadows on Metacritic by a few... What? I don't know what that has... What is, like, funny about that? Okay. But yeah, it's just the same recycled corporate speak, bro. This stuff is meaningless. We need the actual sales data. And until they release that, they're hiding something. Like, why not come out and say the game sold 4.5 million copies? Or why not come out and say the game sold 3.3 million copies? They said they had 3 million players, but they didn't say how many copies sold. Like, they're concealing that fact for a reason. If they had nothing to hide with all their other games... Like, bro, even a game like this... what was it called? Look. They had no problem announcing that Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown sold 1.3 million units. But they won't come out and say how many copies of Assassin's Creed they sold? And they shut down the studio that made this because it was a flop. So, when a game, like, actually bombed, they came out and admitted, like, yeah, the game bombed, we're closing down the studio, here's the sales numbers. So, it's just, the fact that they're concealing the sales is never a good sign. It's never a good sign for a game to conceal sales numbers if it's a massive success. So for Assassin's Creed Mirage, they also did the player thing. Interesting. So that, they said 5 million players. So yeah, another one that flopped.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Buff Garfield with the 25 months, Assassin's Creed, Naruto. That would unironically probably been better. It would have been more interesting. Slick Rick with the 10. What do you think of Walmart raising prices due to tariffs? Bullshit. Walmart buys their shit from China and upcharges it by like 10x. Like, Walmart is the original drop shipper. Like, basically. That is their entire business model. They buy cheap Chinese crap and then upcharge the absolute hell out of it. So they buy bulk from China for like pennies on the dollar, and then they massively, you know, upcharge you for it. So there's no reason for them to raise prices. I think it's corporate greed using tariffs as an excuse, especially after Trump lowered the tariffs on China down to 30. Yep. And they were only 20% before, so an extra 10% is not cutting into Walmart's margins at all. So, yeah. Because the tariffs are paid at your cost. So if they buy something from, you know, China at $1 a piece, they're paying 30 cents. But then if they sell that $1.30 item for 10 bucks, they're making $8.70. Like, you really cannot convince me that the difference between making $8.80 versus $8.70 is worth raising your price. Yeah, that's complete and utter bullshit. Renadog with the 5. Creed Valhalla's cross-gen. Well, yeah, obviously it sold way better on PS4 than PS5. Because there was no PS5s or Xboxes out there at the time. Creed Shadows is this gen. Very, very big difference. We'll see. I don't really think it's that big a difference because if anything, you know, it's about probably the same. Now, Valhalla got as many sales as it did because it was during COVID. Like, the lockdowns were still... Every game that came out in 2020 and early 2021 got basically a stimulus package of its own because everybody was buying any game that came out because they just wanted something to do. So... Renadog with the 2, you can't play Shadows on PSN. Well, yeah, I know that. That's why they're bragging about PSN digital revenue and not Steam revenue and not Xbox revenue. They're like saying, oh yeah, the one place you can't play this in a subscription service, we had the best digital sales. It's like, okay, well, yeah, obviously. Yeah, Valhalla's terrible, bro. Like, it starts off actually pretty good, but it's like, holy fuck, when is this ever gonna end, and when is it ever gonna get interesting? Like, the story is just complete dog shit by the end of it. It is an over-bloated pile of crap. Renadog with the 2, a cell is a... Well, yeah, that's what I want to see. I want to see... Like, I don't disagree, bro. I want to see the sales. I don't want to know about revenue. I don't want to know about how many people are playing for X number of hours. I want to know the raw sales data. So I 100% agree with you on that. Sales is what matters. The revenue is literally just a, you know, throwaway statistic that means absolutely nothing. So, revenue is great and everything, but even then they didn't give a specific number of what the revenue was. Like, they didn't even tell you what the revenue was for the game. Just that it was higher than Odyssey. Well, what was Odyssey's first week revenue, and what was Shadow's first week revenue? If they're within 15% of each other, then Odyssey sold better. By default. Oblivion Remaster sold? Yeah, probably. I mean, I bought it. So, I think it probably sold a couple million copies, would be my guess. I don't know. We know it sold at least 1 million copies on Steam because it hit like 200K concurrent, so usually it's Steam concurrent times 5 is the sales number. Ah, shit. But I thought every game goes to Game Pass to die. Oblivion is an existing game, bro. Taking one of the best games of all time and re-releasing it is pretty, you know, surefire in a form of making money. So, yeah. Well, how is Microsoft's actual developed games doing? How did Avowed do, bro? How are those sales looking? What did that peak at? Like 13,000 people? Banger. Sold a whopping 50 to 60,000.
Gaming.
Yeah, Doom is not really doing that great on Steam right now. It's only at like 30,000 concurrent, right? That's like its peak, which is not very good. That's lower than 2016 and Eternal, which is not a good sign. You're talking sales? Steam is the only platform that actually sells shit that gives you a player count, bro. What the fuck other stat do you want to base it on? The imaginary one you pull out of your ass? Like, Steam is the only way to judge sales, because it's the only platform that shows player counts. You can't turn on your PS5 and look like how many people are playing a game. You can't turn on your Xbox and see how many people are playing a game. Only Steam does that. That's why companies hate Steam. Yeah, it's like the one objective metric you can point to. It's like you can't fake that. Although the Chinese did with Wu-Kangs, but we won't get into that. We won't get into that. I don't feel like having that conversation again. The totally natural 1 million player count that was on at the exact same time every single day for an entire month like clockwork, man. That's definitely not bots. I'm trying to think. Did Eternal have the COVID? I'm trying to think, bro. Like, when was COVID? That was in March, right? That's when they locked everything down. And Eternal, I think, came out in March. So, but I'm trying to remember if it released before or after the lockdowns. Maybe after. I don't remember the dates. Yeah, but COVID lockdowns didn't start until March, because I was in college at the time, and I think March or April is when they decided to shut down the schools, which is when the lockdowns, like, began. But also, Doom Eternal, I feel like, had a lot better of a hype cycle. Like, they were spending a lot of money on marketing. People were, like, really excited for it. You know, Doom the Dark Ages, like, a lot of people were like, oh, shit, it's out? Like, Microsoft doesn't market. Nobody fucking knows when anything releases from them. Like, I had people, when I first streamed it, people came out, and they were like, wait, this game released? I was like, bro, yeah, a lot of people didn't even know the game was out, man. Or like on my community post where I asked, will you be playing it? And people are like, wait, it's released? So, a lot of people didn't even know the game was coming out when it did, because Microsoft is so fucking bad at marketing. Renadog with the 2, did Final Fantasy VII Rebirth do well? I guess that depends on your definition of well. I have no idea.
I can't afford this shit!
They haven't released the stats, so maybe not. I mean, what is the estimate at? Like 4 million or whatever? So, I mean, I guess for a JRPG, that's pretty good. But I don't know. Because Remake sold, what was it, 6 million? So that's not terrible, I guess. I don't know. What did Remake sell? I don't actually remember. FF7 Remake sales. It is sold 7 million. Okay, so that was one off. But that was also a COVID game, so that game got peak COVID, bro. That game was like perfect for COVID because it was nostalgia and it came out like in that spring. So they got the COVID stimulus hard, bro. Everybody was streaming that. I remember I watched DSP and Wang stream it. But yeah. Yeah. Animal Crossing's another really big one from COVID. Yep. Yep, Modern Warfare 2019 as well. Yeah. That's why that game became the best-selling COD in the history of the franchise, is because of COVID. But Rebirth is still below that? Yeah, it's a direct sequel, though, so that makes sense. Because you can't play Part 2 without playing Part 1, so naturally Part 1 would have a higher sales volume. So it's always going to be less. Griffin loves his Animal Crossing. I didn't mind Animal Crossing. The thing I don't like, though, is that you could only do a certain amount of stuff each day. Like, it literally limited how much you could play the game per day, which was really irritating. So once you finished, like, your daily collections and stuff, you basically had nothing you could do on it. So I used to play it right before I went to bed, but the problem is if you played it in the middle of the night, then, you know, it was time-based, so you couldn't do anything again. So, I don't know. It was really irritating. That's what I did not like about Animal Crossing, is if it was just like a traditional game with like its own day-night cycle and passage of time independent from the real world, it would have been a lot better. Let me do something real quick. Give me 1 second. It's irritating me because I've done it like 3 times now. And I'm just gonna go ahead and do it. Why do I not have the OBS settings in Stream Deck? Huh. Guess they don't have it. I'll have to figure out how to get that back in there. Animal Crossing's helped Griffin's mental health. That's right, dude. It got me through the darkest time of my life. When I didn't have any friends, those animals were there for me. Griffin struggles with loneliness. Oh yeah, man. I lay awake just wanting to, you know, constantly kill myself, but I don't have the courage. Definitely. Nah, I don't ever feel lonely.
You shut the fuck! Don't you fucking tell me to my face to shut the fuck up!
Let's see. So was your loneliness and reclusiveness what motivates you to get Apollo? No, I've always wanted a dog since I was like 5. I've wanted a dog since I was like basically as young as I can remember. My parents just would never let me get one, so they didn't want a dog in the house. So I've always wanted a dog ever since I was a kid. It's just I've never lived in a place that would allow me to have a dog until I moved to this place, so I finally got one. Run a dog with a 10, so Shadows is not... In the traditional sense, no, but for a game like Assassin's Creed, yes. So in the context of what an Assassin's Creed game set in Japan should have done, it is a flop. But in the traditional sense of the word, no, it's not a flop. Any Assassin's Creed game will sell multiple millions of copies, and that, by definition, is not a flop. So it depends on what framing you want to look at it through. For what it should have done, an Assassin's Creed game set in Japan, which is something the fan base has been begging for ever since Assassin's Creed 2 came out. The game should have done insanely well to the point the franchise has never seen before. And it probably would have done that well if they hadn't have politicized it. I mean, Ghost of Tsushima outsold Assassin's Creed Shadows on one platform. Keep that in mind. Like, Ghost of Tsushima sold, what, 3 to 4 million copies in the first week on PS4 alone? And that wasn't even a multi-plat, so I guarantee you Ghost of Tsushima is going to have better lifetime sales than Assassin's Creed Shadows. Without a doubt. So yeah, for what it should have done, it bombed. But in the traditional sense of the word, no, it's not a flop. It'll still sell millions of copies. It might break even, but I don't think it's going to do anything where Ubisoft wanted it to. This was like their trump card they had been saving for decades. Like, this was their, you know, break glass in case of emergency type game. You know, the Assassin's Creed game set in Japan was like their get-out-of-jail-free card financially. Because by all metrics, it should have been the biggest success in the history of the company. But they ruined it. Rip. So Dragon Age sold like a set. I don't know what Dragon Age ended up selling. Did they ever say? I never actually looked into it. That game was so fucking bad, bro. Visually repulsive. Who is actually excited for Death Stranding and Ghost? I am not, personally. Death Stranding is going to be more cinematic slop, and Ghost of Yotei is going to be, you know, more Japan slop. I just don't care about feudal Japan at all. It's like one of the most boring settings ever. Yeah, the only BioWare game I think is actually playable is Mass Effect. All their other games, the combat is so fucking dog shit, bro. Like, BioWare has some of the worst gameplay in the industry.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
I mean, Anthem was okay, I guess, too, but yeah, the majority of their games fucking blow. Run a dog of the 5, that's what I was talking about. Shadows barely saved them, if at all. But it was quite... Alright, at this point, I'm just going to say we have a very different definition of success. But, yes, it is not going to save them. It did not do what they needed. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sold 25% of their stake in the franchise immediately after the launch. Halo is PP. What am I supposed to do with that? What do you want me to do with that piece of information? Uninstall it. What should I play instead? FTL? I don't know what the fuck that is. Tainted Grail? Here, we'll look at what that is. I've heard, like, someone said it's like a Skyrim clone. I don't really know anything about it, but... Yeah, that's definitely a Skyrim clone. It's got the same shitty fucking piss filter.
He was the hand that reached beyond.
Oh my god, bro. The Unreal Engine blur.
He was the hand that reached beyond
Yeah.
knowing. The seeker who dared cross the boundary.
I've seen people like you before. Broken, worn down, dragged through the mud.
You can't keep throwing lives into this abyss. We can't justify this. There's no victory worth such a cost.
Your soul is diseased. There is something poisoning it.
What the fuck is this music, bro?
Something more. It touches the very essence of one's soul.
I mean, it definitely looks like Skyrim. So this comes out on the 23rd. I mean, I guess it's somewhat intriguing looking. I don't know. It just the graphics are kind of rough though. Like, it definitely looks like Skyrim, but I don't know if it's a compliment. Here, I'll put it on my wish list. Maybe we'll get it and try it out. Tainted Grail. It's only $45. That's not bad. Oh, so they're selling horse armor DLC? Nice. But yeah, I'll add it to my wish list. Oh, I know what game we can play. The fuck? Oh. Let's see. Game properties. Is it gonna work? There we go. Only 10 grand. Damn, bro. Is this the 40s? All right, here we go. Let's see what happens when the battery gets empty, like it said. Nice, dude. Let's see what happens. I guess you just lose your stuff. Alright, so where do you charge the battery? Oh. You have to pay to charge it. That's not good. A 50, yeah, dude, I'm experiencing the PC gaming exclusives that are only on this platform. So, isn't that what you buy a PC for? Peak gaming, yeah. This is what it's all about, man. I mean, y'all wanted me to stop playing MCC, so here you go. It's the next best option. Oh, hell yeah, dude. I can make an iron pick. Who needs a console, right, guys? When you can dig a hole. But yeah, I don't know. This looked like a pretty decent meme game when I saw it. Apparently, you can go like crazy deep. Oh, it's full. Fuck. Already? I need to upgrade my inventory. There we go. Yeah, who needs Mario Kart when you can dig a hole, right? I don't even know if this would work on the Steam Deck, bro. It's a little graphically intensive. Alright. This is definitely a good time waster game. I can already see the appeal. Just go ahead and heal. It keeps getting more expensive the longer I wait. Let me just recharge the battery too while I'm over here. How's my PC so far? It's pretty good, honestly. Like, I'm pretty happy with it, I would say, for the most part. Unlocks a jetpack. I don't think I need a jetpack. I'm not digging that deep yet. Nothing. I need some gold or something, bro. Alright. Charge. I still can't buy anything. The economy's outpacing my production. This is truly game. Yeah, this is what you buy a PC for, man. This is the type of experience you can only get on Steam. Alright, so I can actually buy an upgrade. Do batteries, since that's gonna keep costing more and more money. Your pain is constant and sharp. Uh-oh. You have 700 hours on this game? Are you trolling or nah? I could honestly see how you could spend a lot of time on this. So long as the content keeps coming. But these games where you just slowly upgrade and, you know, methodically do shit is pretty, they're pretty addicting. Oh shit, Travis. Oh, I can't buy anything yet. Oh, actually, I can recharge my battery probably for cheap. $5 to charge. Never mind, that ain't cheap.
You shut the fuck! Don't you fucking tell me to my face to shut the fuck up!
Bro, I'm getting stoned the deeper I go? The fuck? They're jipping me. Almost have enough for an upgrade. Bro, nothing. They don't want me to pay for the... Alright, there we go. Finally. Iron, that's good. How many? I have 4. Wow. There we go, 13. Want shovel. Oh shit. Oops. Oh, nice. A money bag. Sweet, dude. Oh, that uses battery. Shit. Is this my... Yep, everybody was bitching about me playing MCC, so I'll play a real PC game for him. Gotta play a real PC game on the new rig, dude. People complain no matter what I play. That's the sad reality. It doesn't matter what it is I play. Everyone's a critic, man. Oh, is that the fa- I don't know if you can go under the fence or not. Nice, dude.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Alright, let's see. Rent a dog with a 10, 2 million in a year. Final Fantasy Rebirth has been sold. This I found. We got a debate. FYI. What is this? Let's see. Oh my god. That is bad. Hey, look, wait, this looks like a gay porn parody. New look at Superman and Lex Luthor and James Gunn's Superman. That actually does look like a porn parody. Honestly. That really does. Jesus. That's really bad. And Jesus with the 5, since I beat the Dark Ages, I've played through Eternal 3 times and done the DLCs once, and I'm still in love. Also speedrun the shovel for the drill. Okay. Yeah, I just don't want to run out of battery. That's my biggest concern. Because, I mean, I guess now I have plenty of money, but... Inventory, oh shit. Recharge.
I know math is hard when you're an idiot, but like if you're a broke boy, just say so.
Let's see, rent a dog with a fit. Damn, bro. Appreciate it. It's very nice of you. Good choice giving Boar mod. She's good people. Yeah. I think it's a good pick too, so. But really appreciate it, man. It's very nice of you. You think you'd be into power? I have no idea. I like the gameplay loop of just like gradual improvement and making money, so they're kind of addicting. Close. Let me just refill. The hell is this? It's called a game, or what is it? There you go. A game about digging a hole, as the name suggests. It's about digging a hole. Nope, this is what I'm playing now that everybody bitched about me playing MCC, so... This is the replacement game. You know, I live to please. Let's see. Jesus with the 5, I made a... Wait, reservations to go cave diving in the Devil's Hole this summer. They're gonna have to name a section of the cave after you, bro. Hell no. Dude, that cave diving shit is the most retarded thing I've ever fucking seen. Why would you want to squeeze into a tight fucking space underground? Like, it's just no fucking sense. No fucking sense whatsoever in doing that. What could you possibly have to gain from cave diving? It's like one of those activities for people that just have way too much money and free time. Oh, it only went up to 15. Shit, I shouldn't have done the inventory upgrade. Damn it. Saul Goodman with the 2. Thanks for the gay pair, man. Big ups. And Opinionated Junkie with a 2 is non-white characters woke. Absolutely, man. That's all it takes. If it ain't white, it ain't right. Or so they say.
I can't afford this shit!
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
What neighbors? What the hell is this? I guess the boundary?
I can't afford this shit!
Yeah, I guess so. You're confined to the fence.
Thanks for the money, dummies. Because that's exactly what you fucking are. A bunch of fucking empty-headed idiots who paid me money to get absolutely nothing out of it. Thanks. Wow.
Let's see. So run a dog with 100. Damn, bro. Appreciate it. Play Advanced Warfare campaign next stream. Let me see. I think, was that the game that... Alright, I do have it. Let's see. I'm gonna check and make sure the disc is... I forgot if this... No, I think the Xbox copy was busted. Yeah, the Advanced Warfare campaign is really good. Let's see if this is reading. Alright, yeah, it looks like it's fine. So yeah, the PS4 copy's working. So yeah, we can definitely do that. But appreciate it, man. Very kind of you. You never played Advanced? You should. Advanced Warfare was really fun. I love the multiplayer for that. That was my favorite advanced movement COD, personally. You haven't saved the game. How do you save the game? Oh. That answers that question. Let's see. Jesus with the 5. What makes it worse is cave diving is underwater, so you can get... Wait, hold on. What makes it worse is cave diving is underwater, so you can get the benz and nitrogen narcosis on top of all the other shit that can go wrong. Yeah, that's nice. Yeah, that to me is like the activity of someone with way too much money. There's no other reason to do it. Like, you're probably gonna die if you get into a bad situation. Like, it's just something people find to do when they have nothing else to do. It's like the Epstein effect, basically. You have all these rich pedos because they've spent all their money on everything they could possibly want, so they have to start looking for new ways to, you know, chase that dragon, quote unquote. But yeah. There's no good reason to go cave diving. Absolutely none. Some weird desire to die? Yeah, I don't know. That is also another aspect of it, too, is the people who do it may not be of sound mind. Yeah, I genuinely don't get the appeal. I don't know why you would want to do that to yourself. Uh-oh. The fuck is that?
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
What the hell? Speaking of cave diving, I guess we just found a cave that you can't dig through. What the fuck? Oh, you can. Never mind.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Let's see. So Enrique with the 5. Mr. Can I get a fart or a bruh soundboard? I don't have a fart, but yeah. There you go. Make sure you bring your torches with you. That's right, dude. We're playing Minecraft. Yeah, so I was worried about the battery. Let's see what this is. Silver. Oh, nice. That sells for a lot. No, it's not OCD. It's the fact that those little specks can cause you to get stuck when you try to climb out. Like, they block your jetpack. Sell bench. Yeah, his friends can't get him out of Israel anymore, so we need to supply Ben with our precious metals. Anything to help our greatest ally. Yeah, Ben's not very happy with Trump because he's not, you know, sucking off the D of our greatest ally, so... He's not a big fan of Trump right now. Or really ever. Ben never liked Trump. I remember that. He was one of those born-again Trump fans because he needed to be in order to grift the conservative audience.
I can't afford this shit!
Uh-oh. Don't get stuck. Yeah, if Ben Shapiro was honest, he would be a never Trumper type. But he needs to be a, you know, so-called Trump supporter in order to make money. So... I've never watched him, really. I never have liked him. Yeah, he's definitely more of an Israeli than an American, for sure. %100%. Yeah, I think Matt Walsh knows the Daily Wire's basically fucked at this point. So he can just say whatever the fuck he wants to, because they can't fire him. Because he's the main draw now. I don't like Candace Owens, personally. I find her obnoxious. She's also a grifter, so I wouldn't pay too much attention to her. She's a Ben Shapiro type, just, you know, of a different cloth. What is that for? Nick Fuenton. Yeah, no fucking thanks. No fucking thank you. I'm not into gay cat boys. Nick Fuentes is a fed, bro. Buy a lamp? Alright, I bought a lamp. Let's see. Jesus with the 5. The channel Dive Talk dove a flooded mine that's now underwater and shit looked crazy. Also, if you come across a rock, you can break. Oh, can't break. Use explosive. Okay. Gotcha. An opinionated junkie with the 2. Have you heard of Jesse Lee? Yeah, I've heard of him. I don't watch him, though. I don't really watch any political commentators, to be honest. I find most of them to just be very grifty in general. So I don't usually watch. I don't really need people to affirm my political beliefs, which is like the biggest thing. I feel like, you know, political content creators are for, is people like affirming their beliefs. So they know they're not alone, quote unquote. It's like, I don't know, I don't need that. I already know what I believe, and I don't need anyone else to tell me whether that's right or wrong. Oops. Except for news, mommy Brett, is she making content again? Yeah, I don't watch her, bro. No thanks. Opinionated junkie with the 2. Gavin thinks Nick Fuentes can be president. I lol. Like Gavin Newsom or somebody else? McKennis? I'm not really familiar with him. Nick Fuentes will never be president. He has too big of an online footprint, for one, and two, he's not likable. He's likable by 14-year-old edgelords, and that's like literally it. He gives off that really closeted homo vibe. I mean, bro, you don't need proof that he's gay to feel like he gives off the gay vibe. That's the thing, is like the way he talks, his mannerisms, like how he looks like a flamboyant homosexual. Like, it's not even whether or not he sucks dick or not. You know, whatever. You can argue that until the end of days. I don't really care. But the fact of the matter is he gives off that kind of like aura. Like, everyone knows that picture of Justin Trudeau with, like, his legs crossed, right? Where everybody's like, oh my god, he's, like, so gay and shit. That's how Nick Fuentes sits, unironically. So, he gives off that exact same, like, you know, visual, like, repulsion. Lots of silver, man. Damn. I wonder why Minecraft never added silver. It's always something I've wondered. Oh, shit. 5 short. Oh, shit. Damn. Alright, now I have more. Got the drill. So the thing is charisma is a good and a bad thing. It's like, alright, so let's say you're going into like an investment firm or whatever to have them manage your money and shit. Are you going to want to leave your money with the guy that's like super, you know, mellow, he's calm, collected, not trying to crack a joke constantly, you know, serious but still friendly? Like, is that going to give you a better impression over the guy who's like constantly, you know, talking? It's like basically a safe set of hands type effect. And that's what a lot of politics comes down to, is people like a safe, stable set of hands. So having, you know, the loudest personality is not always a good thing. So it depends. Like, women like Vance more than they like Trump because of that. So I can dig past that fence. How far? I don't know. An Indian fetish. I don't think he has an Indian fetish, but maybe. I've never heard someone say, like, yeah, you married a white woman, you have a white woman fetish. I don't think that's how fetishes work, man. Is that a big-ass chunk of copper? Damn. Let's see. I don't know, is the jet... I'll just upgrade it, why not? Yeah, the thing I like about Vance is he's more anti-immigrant than Trump is. Which is good. Not even legal immigration. He doesn't like that either, so... I like that. Personally. We don't need more people. Generally speaking. Nope, Vance is the one who got Trump to back off the H-1B thing. So, nope. During that whole thing when it was going on, Vance said, we don't need more people, we have plenty of people here. The H-1B visa system is bad, which is almost exclusively used by Indians, so, yeah, nope. Opinionated junkie with the 2. What about white Africans? They're welcome. They actually have useful skills. We need more farmers and stuff, so... Yeah, South African farmers are a great addition. They actually are skilled labor. So they're not just going to come here and leech off of welfare and live in fucking government housing and contribute absolutely nothing. So, yeah. Bring them in. They're actually going to be a net economic benefit. Plus, a lot of them already they already have money too, so they're bringing in a large amount of money into the country as well with them. So. Let's see. Jesus with the 5. Nick Fuentes only wants to keep a woman at home because they grow so... Yeah, I think so, honestly. Imagine getting your back blown out by Destiny's 1-inch warrior. Yeah, didn't he go on, like, some rant recently about how he would never want to live a trad life because he could never picture himself living with a woman and having a family? Like, it was disgusting to him or something. I forgot what it was, but... He had like a whole meltdown in his chat because they asked him when is he going to get married and have kids. And he's like, I'm not fit for a domestic life, you know. I'm a flamboyant gay. I need to go out clubbing and shit. Like, you know, that's probably what he actually was thinking. But... Where is it? One key. Okay. You're in the Earth's anus, pretty much, man. Oh shit, it doesn't pick it up. Fuck. The world is overpopulated? No. Just certain countries are. Which even then, those countries aren't really even overpopulated. They just have all their population living in one area because the rest of the country is not developed. Like, I don't think people realize, like, how much of the world is, like, just completely empty. Like, most land is not, like, developed for human, like, settlement. So, it's just people focus in, like, city centers and stuff, so it looks way more crowded than it actually is in a lot of places. Or needs to be. Yeah, we don't need a race war, we need a culture war. Culture fixes everything. Multiculturalism is the disease that's destroying society. Not race. Doesn't matter what race somebody is, if they're culturally and morally bankrupt, the outcome is the fucking same, pretty much. More Japanese chicks to the U.S. Oh my god. Just go to Japan, bro. They're desperate over there. The women in Japan are just begging for it. Jesus with the 2 use dynamite on the rock. I will, but I don't need to do it right now because it's just gonna, you know, destroy my light again. Come on, give me one more. There we go. As long as a large chunk of black people are willing to pay a 17-year-old $600K for murdering a white guy, race relations ain't getting any better. Yep. I think the biggest thing is just the, you know, romanticization of criminality, especially in the black community. Just in general. Like, crime is celebrated, not rejected. And that's the biggest problem they have. Because I genuinely don't think any of these, like, white people or whatever that, you know, are labeled as racist have anything to do, like, have anything wrong with, like, black people per se. It's just, you know, behavior over everything. I don't think race has anything to do with, like, a general dislike for people anymore. I think it has more to do with, you know, how you behave in society. And if a certain group of people is constantly stealing your shit, then, or, you know, assaulting your women, or whatever it might be, it doesn't matter, stabbing a 17-year-old boy at a fucking track meet. It's not really a great, you know, representation of the general group. Dude, there was like a speck or something I saw. There it is. Got it. Yeah, exactly. So, unless the behavior changes, the aversion remains. So, yeah. Like, I think it's very genuinely rare for a white person to be like, yeah, I hate all black people. I don't really think that's a common thing at all anymore. It's more so, you know, they don't like ghetto culture, which no one should like ghetto culture. It's fucking terrible. There's nothing redeeming about ghetto culture. It's anti-family. It's anti-morality. It's just, like, it's an evil mentality. Plain and simple. But it's very destructive, too. So, it damages the culture that, you know, embraces it the most, ironically. Yeah, I gotta get off at 9:30. I have to go do some shit today, but yeah. Well, I started really late, so I slept until like 4. Opinionated junkie with the 2. They're bots spreading racism. But yeah, I mean, that's the thing now is you don't even have to have controlled opposition. You can just have botted opposition nowadays. You know, it's like in the past, a lot of Jewish groups got exposed for, you know, false flagging their own fucking institutions and stuff in an effort to, you know, LARP anti-Semitism. Well, now they can just make 100 Twitter bots to do it for them. So, yeah. If I hit a septic tank, I don't think it'd be pretty. But luckily, I don't think this yard has one. That's apparently a really good business to be in, is the septic tank cleaning business. Like, it's a shitty job, no pun intended, but, you know. It is something that is absolutely necessary and people are willing to pay for. Destroying the value of this lot? I don't think so, man. It's not really that great of a lot. I don't know if cleaning a septic tank is very dangerous or not, but it smells like shit. Literally, But yeah, all you do is pump them out. I don't think you go in and clean them, but maybe. No, you can't go under the fence. Unfortunately, you have to respect the borders. Yeah, I'm about to find the lost village of the machine elves.
I can't afford this shit!
Jesus with the 2, Griffin chilling in Pokemon septic tank for a whiff. How would I get inside of my own mouth? There you go. There's your sus comment of the night. Damn, bro, they're being stingy right now. Damn, 45 to fucking fill that up. Alright. Oh, I will buy a lamp. There we go. Yeah, I'm gonna need to find that buried treasure soon if I want to upgrade this drill again. I need 1500. What game is this? This is, here, I'll just show you. A game about digging a hole. It's $5 on Steam, and I would buy it. It's worthwhile thus far. It's just, you know, a slop indie game, but, you know, it's enjoyable. It's $5. It's not anything insane. I think it goes on sale for $3, but I got it for $5. I mean, it's a game about digging a hole, so I guess it is a 10 out of 10, you know? It's not really much else you could ask for. I wish it had a city building mechanic. Oh shit. Fuck. Damn it. I thought it was gonna place like the torches do. But I guess not. That was a waste. Uh-oh. See. Unreal Engine is that exiting due to D3D? I don't even know what the fuck that means. Whatever. I saved recently anyway. What is D3D? Alright, close out, bitch. It's probably some driver issue. Who knows, bro? Because the game's still running, technically. Alright, close the window, bitch. Oh, developed by Microsoft for rendering 3 dimensions. So yeah, DirectX issue. Wonderful. Even when I'm not playing one of their games, bro, Microsoft still has to fuck with me. I don't like the new task manager. It's ugly. Yep, good old-fashioned microslop. Let's see what happens. I don't know how far back I am. Hopefully not too far back. Alright, I got the drill. Oh, this is right when I bought my second torch. So yeah, this isn't too bad. It's not optimal, obviously, but it's not too Yeah, that is kind of the unfortunate thing with PC gaming, is just the random fucking crashing and shit. But, oh well. It's usually pretty minimal, like, you know. The biggest problem I used to have was with COD, bro. That shit used to crash all the fucking time. I remember that. Vanguard and, like, Modern Warfare 2022. COD crashes all the fucking time, but that's just kind of the unfortunate side of PC gaming is, yeah, you're pushing, like, you know, the graphical fidelity to the max, but as a result, there's more opportunities for shit to break, so that's the trade-off. Yeah, like I was playing Space Marine multiplayer earlier today while I was working. I was like using it as like a way to take a break. And, you know, I had the game running for like 5 hours. And then just randomly, after a multiplayer match, the game crashes. Which is what's weird, is because they limit the frame rate during the multiplayer menu. So it definitely wasn't like the GPU or anything, it just fucking crashed. I don't know. But while the game's running at like 180 FPS, it's running fine. But yeah, the end screen, I guess, is what really did it in. It's like, just weird shit like that, you know? It's not even like the intensive shit that should make it crash that does. It's just odd shit in general, but yeah. Sounds like a fantastic trade. Yeah, it's not a big deal. It's not a big deal. I mean, it's just a video game after all anyway. Like, it's not like your life is gonna depend like, oh my god, bro, it crashed. Opinionated Junkie with the 2. Favorite car? I don't really have a favorite car brand. I mean, I'm not really a huge car guy. I mean, I have a Hyundai, so this should probably tell you how into cars I am, but if I could have any car, it would probably be a Rolls Royce. But as far as, like, consumer-grade cars, I like the Lincoln Navigators a lot. I don't know. Honestly, I'm not really too familiar with cars. But no, I don't like Porsche. I am not a Porsche person. I think their cars are ugly. Honda for you? Yeah, I mean, I have a Hyundai, so I guess you could say that's for me. But yeah, I mean, I like my car for the most part. I don't know. That's one of those things I don't want to spend a lot of money on, is a car. Now, if I had fuck you money, then yeah, I'd buy an expensive car, but right now it's not a priority at all. Oh, I know they hold their value. I just don't like the look of them. I'm more aesthetics when it comes to cars, personally, because I'm never going to take a car to a racetrack anyway, so I don't really care, you know, exactly how well they perform or anything like that. Like, I'm not going to ever race in my life. So it's purely about the aesthetic for me, and then also the comfort. And I've ridden in a $1 million Porsche. I did not like it. I would never pay that much for a Porsche. And I probably would just never buy one in general. But for what they are, they're some of the best performing sports cars, or, you know, race cars, whatever category you're buying in. Supercar. But yeah, just not for me. Yeah, one of my dad's friends who was, like, heavy into government contracting, like, they were in the military together, and then when my dad was working in the Pentagon, like, he was a contractor, and he had a, I think it was, like, $1.5 million Porsche or something like that, and, yeah, I got to ride in it, and, I don't know, it was fine. I didn't really think it was anything that crazy. It was really fucking bumpy and shit, though, which I did not like. Plus, way too small on the inside. I like larger cars, personally. It's kind of funny since I have a fucking Hyundai, but, you know, it do be like that. Confirmed Govey? Yeah, exactly. I'm a glowy dude. Just keep saving now when I go out, just in case we got another microslop issue. They're like, you know, you could have gotten this on Game Pass, right? I wonder what that's for. Oops. I find trucks useless if you're not... Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Is like, a lot of people just buy trucks for the aesthetic. You know, they want to say they drive a truck, not necessarily because they need one. Which, you know, I like pickup trucks, personally. Oh, nice. We got another cavern. Holy shit. Actually, let me, we'll place the dynamite now. See how it goes. Alright, so, wanna... Oh, it just goes poof like that, okay. Oh shit. Fuck. Oh well, I got one. 1 for 2. That's not terrible. Look at that, bro. That stops you from falling. Gold? Oy vey. Now we're talking, man. 100 or a 2. Wait, yeah, 2 for 50 each. Okay, that's pretty good. Yeah, McSheckelstein is pleased. See what's down here, I guess. See if there's any more gold. There's some more. silver. Boo. Oops. Poof. Nice. All right, there we go. Oh, whew. I thought it was gonna fall. There we go. My digging, apparently there's like a treasure chest or something you have to find. That's what you're digging for, is like buried treasure, which I don't know what this little indicator's for. Oh yeah, let me... There we go. Let's see what it is. Oh shit. So it's right here on this level. Huh. That's what it is. Whatever that is. I don't know what the fuck that thing is. Guess we'll find out. Oh, is it like an expansion? The treasure. There we go. Alright, let's go cash out this stuff. Here we go. I think that's the end, and I already have the key, so... Wowie zowie, dude. Bing bing wahoo. Alright, here we go. Oh, was that it? It wasn't even the chest. It was just a random crate of stuff. Okay. Well, we didn't beat it. How deep does this go, dude? I remember grinding a game on Roblox exactly like this. That might have been the inspiration for this. Who knows? Never know, man. Or maybe it's made by the same people. I don't really know anything about this game other than I thought it looks kind of cool when they showed off the trailer for it. I don't know. Oops. The inventory space is kind of stingy, though. It's probably what I'll upgrade next. I'm never running out of battery, just inventory. Pew. Yeah, no women allowed, bro. This is supposed to be a peaceful, immersive experience. That's supposed to bring joy into your life, not sorrow. It would be nice if they let you bring the upgrade table and shit down here, now that you've unlocked it. Oh, 40 slots now, thank God. That still damaged me? Damn. I went down ever so slowly. That's why we already murdered all the HOA members at the beginning of the game, so they can't report you. It's a, well, yeah, it's just a time waster game. I don't know. It's like one of these old school, like, just, you know, upgrade and progress type games. Oh, is it widening up? Or no, that's probably another passageway or something. I don't know, it's pretty fun to play. Personally, I like it. This was a good $5 purchase. Wow. So you just get stupid amounts of money, and then it's like, okay, just bust the game. It's like, what else are you supposed to buy after a certain point? Unless you unlock, like, a new set of upgrades and shit. Holy shit. Is that lava? Yeah, lots and lots of gold for McShecklestein's vault. Netanyahu will be pleased. There we go. I got some dynamite. We'll try it out. Oh shit, let me save. Just in case we get another Windows error with DirectX. Alright, let's see what happens. Okay, well that was anticlimactic. Nothing. Literally nothing ever happens, bro. Oh shit. Oh, it still got rid of it. Oh, another vault. Cuckold simulator. Hold on. Oh shit. Fuck! Alright, that should be a good enough opening to toss it in. How did I still take damage, bro? Oh, there it is. Obviously the treasure is not in there. Platinum? Whoa! Gee willikers, dude. That's my favorite Pokemon game. Dynamite, lamp, money. Okay, that was worthless. I don't need any of those things anymore. I have no health. What the fuck? I just noticed that. Yeah, they're jipping me on like the actual rewards now. There's not anything I need. That's the problem with a lot of these type of games, is like they don't have enough upgrades long term to keep you interested. Because like I've already completed all my upgrades pretty much. I don't really need the jetpack. I mean, I guess unless you just have to go retardedly deep, but... So yeah, now I'm fully upgraded. Yeah, it's $5 dues, man. A whopping price. Yeah, like an easy way to improve this would be if you had the option to like spend money to buy these as like way stations. So you could like set this up, have like your upgrade table and your store in here, and then, you know, you could just keep digging deeper and deeper, but you'd have to spend money. in order to do so, which would give you something else to do with the money you earn, because like right now I literally can't buy anything. Like there's nothing left for me to buy. I'm all tapped out. I can't get that gold, it's glitched. Oh, there we go. I wish gold was this easy to find, bro. That would be nice. Seriously, that didn't work. Oh, those things do damage you. What time is it? Alright, I gotta get off soon. I do have stuff I have to do today, so... Yeah, I never played Deep Rock Galactic, but it looked fun from, you know, a glance. If it gets repetitive or not. But it looked mildly entertaining. No, I actually do have to go places today. Yeah, see, there's like literally nothing. Absolutely nothing I can even spend money on. Like, I don't need more lamps. It's crazy how fast I can fill up now. Oh, oh, here we go. Another drop. A diamond, bro. I gotta get this out of the cave quickly before I lose it. Again, it's great and all, but I already have too much money. So the diamond's worth $250, damn. Saves a game. Yeah, I'm guessing that's what you have to do, because there's supposedly buried treasure. So you have to find that, I guess. But it's like, okay, but why am I finding the buried treasure at this point? I guess I should have bought some dynamite. What about the box next to the computer? 2 keyholes. Oh, this one? Yeah, I don't know. I guess you need the other key, but... Let's buy a shit ton of dynamite. Fuck. Shit. Oh, well, I just blew up the diamond in the process, but... Oh. I thought it was gonna be a key. I was like, oh, nice. There's the other key. There we go. Yeah, at this point, it's kind of getting uneventful now. You know, at first, we had something strong. Now it's like... Once you run out of the upgrades, the will to keep playing disappears. Let me not get lost. Alright, well, I probably should go ahead and get off, guys. I do need to go do stuff today, so I gotta go take my dog out, gotta go to the gym, then I gotta run some errands and shit during normal business hours, so. Have a wonderful Saturday, everybody. Appreciate y'all hanging out, and I guess I'll talk to everyone later tonight. Peace out, guys.